All right, let's see. Okay, so I got a few of you online. Really quick, online. Today is your last day to turn in any work for last week. So you must have emailed to me. You can email to me at mikemoyer.ccs@gmail.com. Or you can bring that in, but I have to have that by the end of the day today, or you do not get credit for any of the work that you did or did not do. So do make sure it's in. All right, and that's going to be the same rule for next week. I know Monday is like a day off, but everything's got to be in on that Monday following the week to get any credit for any of it. So this week you were supposed to have field notes turned in. You were supposed to have your memory verse, Psalm 1, 2, and 3, which a parent was supposed to proctor, and then also take a picture of your book, pages 96 and 97. I need to see all of those things for you to get credit. I've only got a few of you that turned anything in yet, so you have to turn that. Listen, being very clear, you have to have that in today, or it is a 0 on every single one of those things. It's your responsibility, okay? I'm not there at your home. I can't make you turn it in. But if you don't, all I can do is give you the grade. Okay, so make sure you get that in. And that is for Bible. I don't know what your rules are for the rest of your classes, but for Bible, it's got to be turned in the Monday before, or the Monday after that week. Everything has to be turned in. Okay, so make sure that is done, taken care of, and we'll get that there. All right, if you are here, let's see. Aaron, I'm going to have you go ahead and get out a piece of paper. Write that verse for me, okay? If you are here, get out your books and turn to page number 99. Page 99. And put away everything else that you might be working on. Oh, yes, thank you. Page number 99. And we're going to work on this for just a little bit, your book work. Do make sure, guys, I know it's hard, but make sure your masks stay on. It's got to stay on the whole class. So make sure you put that back up if you happen to take it down. But it has to stay on. So I do appreciate you helping me out with that. Hey, this week, on Thursday, Psalm 1, 3, and 4. Tomorrow we will go over those verses, sort of explain it. We're memorizing the whole chapter of Psalm chapter 1. And so tomorrow, Thursday, Psalm 1, 3, and 4 will be your verse quiz. Your bonus for that will be the next 10. Okay, so let's see here. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel. So you'll start with 1 Kings, okay? 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalms, Proverbs. All right, 1 Kings to Proverbs will be your bonus. And again, that's just 10 extra credit points. You just got to memorize those 10. And hopefully you already have them memorized. But if you don't, work on that and make sure that you get that done there. And so that'll give you 10 extra credit points. And so that'll be on Thursday. On Friday, you will only have one class. And aren't you excited? It's Bible class. All right, isn't that exciting? But we're just going to really quick on Friday. I'm going to give you a quiz, a Bible book quiz, and we're just going to go over some names and places, okay? And you guys have heard these before, like one of your questions will be the first king of Israel, and you would say Saul, okay? So it's similar to that, all right? And second king of Israel, a man after God's own heart, David. So hopefully they're not. Now, some of the ones that might be a little bit harder that you'll have on your quiz is I'm going to ask you about the divided kingdom. And so the divided kingdom, another name for the northern kingdom was what? Israel. Israel's northern kingdom. Another name for the southern kingdom was Judah. Okay? The capital of the southern kingdom? Jerusalem. And the capital of the northern kingdom was Samaria. Okay, so those ones right there, they get a little confusing and they're not as maybe fresh in your minds. So we'll go over those each day this week, but I'm just giving you a heads up. That'll be some of the questions. They'll all be matching on your quiz, but that'll be some of the questions that you will see on your quiz on Friday, okay? And again, we will go over those as we get closer so that you can have an idea of what is on them, all right? Here's what we're going to go. Page number 99. We were talking about an ambassador. Okay, an ambassador. And that's sort of an idea behind God's prophets. Let's see, I forget, who's our ambassador? Oh, Joey. Joey was our ambassador, and I believe he was going to Iran, correct? And a safe place. And so Joey's going to Iran there as our ambassador, as my ambassador, as I am President of the United States at this point. We're seeing anyone else want to be a part of the cabinet. Who would be a good, let's see, vice president in this room? A good vice president. These are my choices. All right. Okay, all right, we'll wait on that one, okay? I don't know who would be a good vice president. Let's see here. Secretary of War. Let's see. Secretary or Secretary of Defense. We'll go Secretary of Defense. Secretary of Defense. Nobody wants to be in charge of our military? That's good. You want to be vice president and in charge of military. You just want all power. It's like you're trying to overthrow me already. All right. So we got there. You know. It's sort of funny to look at and to think about. I went to, how many of you guys ever been to the Richard Nixon Library? You guys ever been there before? It's really a cool place. I don't know if any of you like history, but the Richard Nixon Library is in Yorba Linda, not that far, maybe like 15 minutes away from Disneyland, and not that far away there. But when it's open, right now it's not open, you actually can go into the Oval Office replica and sit down at the desk. Like probably a lot of you have been to the Reagan Library, right? And you see the Oval Office replica, but you can't go in there at all. This one you can actually go in and sit at the desk and like take a picture of you, like, you know, there. So it's sort of a cool place and different things. But America has ambassadors all over the world. Their job is to speak for the president. This is why often in January we will have a new president. More than likely, most of the ambassadors that are there will be pulled back, and he will choose his own ambassadors to go out. Now, not every one of them, but probably several of them, he will choose his own. Why? Why do you think he's doing that? Why would a new president do that? He's a different president. Yeah. What were you going to say, Bella? So oftentimes when you have different presidents come in, especially if they're coming from like different political parties, they have different ideas, right? And so that ambassador there may think the same way that President Trump thought, but President Biden comes in and he thinks differently. So he's going to want to have a different ambassador there that would think for him or would speak for him. And we looked at prophets. Prophets preach mostly to kings. These guys would go to the kings and they would speak to the kings. They warned against idolatry, which is a huge problem that's going on. They predicted judgment, and they advised kings on important decisions. So let me ask you this question. Do you think, you guys wrote all the names of the kings down, right? Were the majority of the kings good or bad? Were the majority of the kings, did they follow God? No. Okay? So a prophet who is speaking to God and warning judgment and telling the king what to do, do you think oftentimes the prophet sort of spoke against what the king was doing? Yeah. Do you think the king liked that? Oftentimes, no. In fact, some of the prophets we're going to look at, Jeremiah, Isaiah, some of them were thrown in jail and faced great persecution. And they just told the king what was God had said. Now, we looked at Elijah. We're starting to look at this, and we've ended Friday, and we were on Mount Carmel. Okay, really quick, if you are online, please do sign in right now. Okay, I know some of you have already signed in, but please put your name right now, and that'll give you credit. That way we will know who is here and who is not here. So put your name down right now if you are online. They go to Mount Carmel. Remember we talked about how Obadiah was there, and he brings Ahab. They go up to Mount Carmel. Now, I've been here before. Mount Carmel's in sort of the northern part of Israel. You go up there. It's a beautiful view over all of it. And so here's what they do. They go up. They're going to have this contest. Here's what the contest is. He brings up a lot of people. So all these people are here because, I mean, it's like, who is the real God? And Elijah challenges the prophets of Baal, which there are 400 of them, says this: we are going to have a sacrifice. So you get your ox, I'll have mine. We're going to prepare an altar. And then what we're going to do is we are going to call fire down from heaven. And whichever God answers that, we will know is the true God. And Ahab's like, well, that sounds like a good deal. The people are like, I mean, come on. I would want to go see this. Is fire going to come down from heaven? Like, I mean, the people are out there, they want to see what's going on. So the people are there, the prophets are there, and Elijah says, okay, you go first. So the prophets of Baal get out there. There's a bunch of them. They prepare the sacrifice. They've got all this. And they go out there, and the Bible starts talking about, they're chanting. They're doing all of this stuff. And I mean, it's going on and on. And actually, turn with me to 1 Kings chapter 18, because I want to show you. Again, I know that I'm a little different when I read the Bible, but there's some things that are very, very funny to me. And this is one of those passages. 1 Kings chapter 18. Everyone take your Bible out and turn there, okay? 1 Kings chapter 18. And well, let me read one verse as you guys are turning there. I'm going to show you the verse that I think is very... This verse is Elijah has the people up there. He's challenging them. Look at verse number 21. Can somebody read that for me? 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 21. Anybody there that can read that for me? 1 Kings 18, verse number 21. Emma, can you read that for me? So here's what it is, right? We got a contest between the prophets of Baal, between Elijah. Elijah has all the people there and says, guys, you going to make a decision? How long are you just trying to stay in the middle ground? Like, we don't really know if Baal is God. We don't really know if God, if we're going to trust in him. We're just sort of hanging out here, sort of trying to... He said, how long? You know, if you believe Baal's God, then just go all in for him. If you believe the God that our fathers served is God, then go all in for him. But don't just be like, I'm going to serve Baal a little bit. God, he's like, that's not how it works. Whoever God is, you follow. And he said, we're going to decide that today. So the prophets of Baal get up there, and they begin doing all of this. Let's see here. And look at verse 26. And they took the bullock which was given them. This is the prophets of Baal, and they dressed it. That just means they get it ready for the sacrifice. And
we'll see that throughout this work, okay? Because we can say that we love God, but if we don't live it, what's the point of saying that we love God? He wants our heart. He wants us to truly be devoted to him, not just on the outside like we've been learning. Yes, Kristen? We will in a second, okay? But we haven't gone through page 61, okay? So highlight the title there. True obedience comes from within. Okay, where does true obedience come from, class? Within, okay? This is referring to the inside. We've been learning about the internal and the external. Okay, we're on page 62, Tony. True obedience, or 61, I'm sorry. True obedience comes from within. Okay, highlight that title. True obedience comes from within. Okay, highlight the first sentence. Okay? Sometimes we obey outwardly, but are still rebellious on the inside. Okay? Sometimes we obey outwardly, but are still rebellious on the inside.
Can you imagine? They're probably even more upset now. They're probably crying louder now. And we know they're taking it more seriously. Look what it says. And they cried aloud and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lances till the blood gushed out upon them. Not really a pretty picture.
Judy, put it down.
But notice what it says. It cuts themselves after their manner. What does that mean? When you hear after their manner, what do you think of? It's something they've done before. Like this is something that evidently cutting themselves was some type of thing that they would do to try to get Baal. We've got to, again, we read this in our 21st century context and we don't understand. Do you understand that back in the time this is written, one of the common ways that you would worship these different gods is human sacrifice. Many times it was children. And then human sort of mutilation. They would cut themselves and they would say, if I show that I care more about God than my own physical pain, then God will pay attention to me. And that's what they're doing. They're doing all of this. And it came to pass, when midday was past, that they prophesied until the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, that there was neither voice, nor any answer, nor any that regarded. So here's what happens. Nothing. right? There's a crowd of people up there. They're watching, and you know what they see happen? Absolutely nothing. So finally, they're done. And it's Elijah's turn. Elijah gets up. He dresses, gets everything ready. But he does some things very, very unusual. Okay? Verse number 31. And Elijah took 12 stones. Why do you think he took 12 stones? 12 tribes of Israel. Remember, he's to 12 tribes of Israel. He took 12 stones, according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, unto whom the word of the Lord came, saying, Israel shall be thy name. And with the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord, and he made a trench about the altar as great as would contain 2 measures of seed. And he put the wood in order, and cut the bullock in pieces, and laid the wood, and said, Fill 4 barrels with water, and pour it on the burnt sacrifice and on the wood. Now, here's what's unusual. How many of you have ever tried to start a fire before? Maybe camping, different things like that. How many of you ever tried to start a fire like out in the woods? Maybe you're out there camping and you're going to have one and stuff like that. You do not want to find wood that is wet. Because if you do, it's not going to work. So can you imagine this guy pouring this water onto these sacrifices? The people must, what is this guy doing? I mean, is he purposely trying to lose? Like, I mean, there's no, if you're going to soak something in water, it's not going to burn. I mean, that's just common knowledge. But this is what he does. He soaks it in water. And it comes right here. Look at verse 34. And he said, do it the second time. And they did. And he said, do it the third time. And they did it the third time. And the water ran round about the altar, and he filled the trench also with water. He's not just getting a little bit of water on this. This is like soaking wet. I mean, there's no way a fire is going to happen here. And it came to pass, at the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, that Elijah the prophet came near and said, Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that thou art God in Israel, and that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word. Hear me, O Lord, hear me, that this people may know that thou art the Lord God, and that thou hast turned their heart back again. So if we're reading that, how long did it take me to read that? A minute? Maybe? This is a prayer that he makes to God. And look at the immediate response in verse number 38. Then the fire of the Lord fell, and consumed the burnt sacrifice, and the woods, and the stones, and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. What does this describe? This was a very, very hot fire that comes down, and basically everything that was there is no longer there. The stones that were there are gone. There's nothing left that would even sort of showed that there was an altar there. This is what happens. The power of God. Can you imagine the people there? Their response? Verse number 39, and when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces, and they said, the Lord, he is the God. The Lord, he is the God. The people make their decision. This is, to me, one of those amazing passages in the Bible. Elijah is certainly an amazing man. I'm not going to have, you guys see on page number, I don't know, did you guys put in the last note on page number 99? Did you guys get that? Okay. So what happened with Elijah? Elijah's unique experience, he did not die because he was translated into heaven. Only one of 2 people in the Bible that it mentions did not die. It was Elijah and Enoch, the only 2 people that it mentions they were translated into heaven. Now, in your book, and you're not going to write these down just because of, for time's sake and everything like that, but in your book you are going to see a section where there were miracles that Elijah did. Okay? And we're not going to write all of these down. I'm just going to tell you some of them because it's amazing to see how God provided for Elijah. Elijah's trust in God. Elijah, remember what happens? There is a famine. Elijah goes, he's in hiding. He goes by this brook, which is sort of like a little stream. And this is sort of gross, but it's what the Bible says happens. Every day, you know how he got his food? ravens bring it. I don't know about you, that I don't really want to eat food that a bird's bringing to me, but I guess if I'm hungry, I'm going to eat it. He stays there until the brook dries up. Then he prays and asks God where to go, and God tells him to go to this town. You know something about this town? Do you know who it's the hometown of? The queen. What's the queen's name at this time? Anybody know? Ahab and Jezebel. Goes to Jezebel's hometown. There he sees a widow. Now if you're going to ask somebody to help you, you don't often ask somebody that doesn't have much. And he asked this lady, would you make me some bread? And this is what the lady says. Sir, I'd love to, but I've only got enough to make my son a little bit. And I'm going to make him some, and basically, we're both going to die of starvation. I don't. Think about this. Now, I want you to put yourself in that lady's shoes. Here's what Elijah says. I promise you, if you make me some first, God will supply for you. I'll just raise my hand. Anybody else think you might be hesitant to give up that last little bit of bread, of food? I mean, I don't even know this guy, right? He could just be saying anything to try to get me to give him some food, and I'm already, I can't imagine how bad it must be for a parent to say, I'm going to make my son a little bit of food and I know he's going to die and I'm going to have to sit there and watch him die because there's no way for me to get food. I can't imagine that. And this is what this lady is facing, but she goes ahead and does it. And every day, God gives her enough in there to provide for her needs. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of a few more. He raised a woman's son from the dead. And that is one. And I'm just going to give you my favorite one. Well, let me give you one more. Healed Naaman the leper. You guys remember that Naaman is a general in the army, in the Assyrian army. The army that has come in and conquered. They're going to come in, they're going to conquer Israel eventually. And here's what, he's sick. He has leprosy. Remember, leprosy in Bible times is like the disease you do not recover from. And those of you that don't know what is leprosy, it would be something that would sort of get into on your skin. It was some type of skin disease. It still is a disease today. But it would get on your skin and basically it would kill your skin. It would kill. So it would often start like with white spots sort of on your arms or on your hands. And then it would continue. Basically, a leper would die. Their limbs would fall off. I mean, it was just, you would lose all feeling in them. It's just a terrible, terrible thing. And the worst part about leprosy to me is not just the disease, but the fact if you had leprosy, you were automatically shunned from everything. Your home, you would leave your home. Now, the reason you would leave your home is because you didn't want your family to get it. If you stayed there, all of them would get it. You would go and find other people that had leprosy, maybe if you could find them, and you would stay with them. Naaman, this very rich man, has this disease, nowhere to go, and his family knows about it. There's a little servant girl that's been taken captive from Israel to serve in his house that says, I know there's a prophet back in Israel that would be able to heal him. So Naaman goes over there. Naaman goes to the king first and says, hey, this girl's saying that you can heal me. Now the king's afraid. He's like, great. They came just to sort of cause problems and then they're going to come in and attack us again. You know, he's worried about it. Sends him to Elijah. Remember what Elijah tells him? Elijah tells him to do a very unique thing to be healed. He said, go down to the Jordan River, dip yourself in the river 7 times. And Elijah doesn't even come out and tell Naaman this. It's Elijah's servant that does. Naaman, remember when he hears about it? I don't want to do that. That's silly. He's just making me look like a fool. There's rivers back there. I could go, the rivers back there are nicer than the Jordan River. Why am I going to go do it here? But his servants give him some, he's like, hey, Naaman, if he would have told you to climb the tallest mountain, and if he would have told you some great feat to do, you would have done it. He's just telling you to go wash in the river. Here's how I imagine it. Goes to the Jordan River. Goes down one time, comes up, looks at, I still got it, guys. What'd I tell you? Remember, it wasn't until the 7th time that he's healed. Again, we see God just miraculously healing. And let me give you my favorite Elijah miracle. This is my favorite one. Elijah is dead. Okay? He is dead. He is buried. Now, what would happen back then is not like today where you'd have like these, where you'd be buried underground, different things like that. They would take you and basically bury you in these caves. And he's buried in a cave. Soldiers are out there fighting. And these soldiers are out there fighting, and one of their friends dies. Now, they're running for their lives. They don't want to leave their friend out here to just get, destroyed by animals. They want to try to, his body, so they don't have time to take him with them. They don't have time. So they find this cave. They open it up. They throw his friend in. Now, here's what it says. What the Bible says. And let me give you the reference for this, just if you ever want to read it. It's 2 Kings 13, 20 through 21. They throw him into the cave. The Bible says his body hits the bones of Elijah, and he's brought back to life. Now, here's what I want you to think about. Imagine you're that guy that's dead, and you come back to life, and you're staring at these bones. I'm a little frightened, but I mean, it's amazing the power that God gave to Elijah, and we'll look at that a little bit more tomorrow. Now, here, really quick, I'm going to give you one more homework assignment for the week. I'm trying to give you guys some extra grades, okay, just because I want to help you. Look at pages 100 and 101. You guys see pages 100 and 101? It talks about other prophets. All you're going to do is give me the name of the prophet that it is talking about there. You guys understand? So first one, you look at 1 Kings 11, 29 through 39. Just give me the name of that prophet. So that is on page 100. Listen, because I think some of you last week, it was on pages 96 and 97, and you only did page 96. This is 101. Do both of those pages, okay? All right, guys, you can be dismissed. Thanks, sir. Really quick, let me just say to those online, again, one quick thing. You have to turn in your assignments today, or you do not get credit for them. Okay, so I want to be very, very clear on that. I do not, I just want you to know, has to be turned in today, or there is no credit for your assignments. All right, thank you guys so much.
Teacher. Well, good morning, everybody. Now, everybody please listen. I am going to give you a rundown of what we are doing this week. Please listen. Okay? Okay. We have finished chapter 5 or 4? Is it 4? Chapter 4. Okay. Shh. We have finished chapter 4 notes. So, here's what we are doing this week, today, tomorrow, and then Wednesday and Thursday. Friday, there is no actual science class because we are having the Christmas party. I believe you'll have Bible class, but that's about it. Okay? And maybe a verse quiz or whatever it is. I don't know what he's doing. So, here it is. Today I want you just to work on section review 4.3. Okay? 4.3. Tomorrow, we're going to do activity 4B and quiz 11. And then Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to have our test, open book. Shh. So within these days, okay, I'll put on the board everything that we're doing this week. So if you want to work ahead a little bit, you can. I have no problem with that. But just make sure that you're not a problem on the days that we're doing other things, okay? Giving you a chance to get everything caught up, everything turned in, DLs. Make sure you get things to me. Bring it in on Friday or sometime this week. If you want to work ahead a little bit, you can. I think I put the pages for... I think I put the pages for your information on your test for open books, so you can work ahead on that and get that done if you want to. Just then get it turned in to me when you get finished. Make sure chapter 4 notes are completed also this week. Okay? So, again, 4.3, activity 4B, chapter 4 notes. We're going to do quiz 11 and test 4. Okay, so that's the 5 things that we're doing this week. Okay? So, class, DLs, I'm going to go ahead and sign off DL, and you can just be working on those 4 things, or 5 things, excuse me. Well, 4 things. Wait for your test a little bit. Get things done. Make sure your notes are completed and get things turned in, okay? And then in class here, I want you to be working especially on 4.3 today. Get that done, get it turned in, and that way you don't have to worry about it, okay? So, DLs, I'm going to sign off. By the way, I did get another computer, so I'm good to do that now. If you weren't aware, my room got broke into last night, and we had 2 mics stolen, a thermometer stolen, and my Bible. Okay, so I had to. Doesn't bother you, but I had to get a new mic system for today. So anyway, things are good. We're alive. Room wasn't damaged. That was all they needed. So I guess if they needed something to take their temp on, that's fine. But wasn't too bad. But anyway, DLs, we'll see you later. I'm going to sign off for you, let you get to work on things. Again, I'll go over it. 4.3, 4B, quiz 11, test 4, chapter 4 notes. Okay? So, have a good day.
I would encourage you to look at your author. If you haven't already. Do your best. Okay, for those of you in distant learning, we're about to put a slide on the screen for our reading quiz today. So go ahead and take out a piece of paper. And we will take that, and then you just send in a picture today. Okay? That goes for everybody else. Go ahead and take out a sheet of paper, number it. Well, I guess you can number it as you go along. Okay, number 1, who wrote the Keiskes? Everyone should have put all their books away. Close your books. Joey, close your book. Okay, number 1, who wrote the Keiskes? Story. Number 2, what did the Keiskes eat for lunch every day which made them want to eat outside alone? If you guys were paying attention on Friday, we said this in class, so hopefully everyone gets this. Okay, number 3, what was the school teacher's name? What was her name? Okay, number 4, true or false? Before they got their new shoes, the Keiskes walked all the way to school and back barefoot in the cold. Notice how the word all the way is italicized, okay? So that's what you're focusing on. Did they walk all the way, the whole way there? Okay, is that true or false? Number 5, on the day after the heavy snowfall, what did the teacher spend all day doing with the Keiskes? Okay, Cheyenne, please put on your mask. Okay. On the day after the heavy snowfall, what did the teacher spend all day doing with the Keiskes? And this was her one opportunity to get through to them. Okay, number 6. What did the Keiskes give to their teacher on the last day of school? What did the Keiskes give to their teacher on the last day of school? This is what they gave to their teacher, and they ended up sharing it with the whole class. And then the Keiske children actually were outgoing. They were talkative. So what did the teacher, or what did they give to the teacher on the last day of school? Okay, once you have all those written down, go ahead and turn it into the tray. For those of you in distant learning, please send me a picture today of the answers to your reading quiz. Go ahead. Okay, and then once everyone has turned in their quiz, go ahead and turn to page number 95. Page number 95 in your literature book. You should not be talking. Okay, page 95 in your literature book. Oh. Okay, we didn't get to go over this because we had a reading quiz over My Struggle for an Education. But who can raise their hand and tell me who is the author of My Struggle for Education? Booker T. Washington. It's on the screen. And if you read this story, it's actually quite a really, really sad story of the struggles that they had to go through back then, because America was very, obviously, small-minded at the time, okay? If you didn't know, Booker T. Washington was an African-American, obviously, from the story, and it's about his struggle of going to what school, class? What was the school called? Okay, Hampton Institute. Okay, it was his journey of going there. If you guys are look on page number 95, he heard of the story while he was working in a coal mine. Okay, he overheard two miners talking about a great school for colored people somewhere in Virginia. This was the first time that I'd ever heard of anything about any kind of school or college that was more pretentious than the little colored school in our town. So obviously, he wanted to further his education, so this was the story of his struggle, okay? If you look on page number 96, okay, he worked for a lady. What was her name? Mrs. Ruffner. Good, that's on page number 96. Okay, he says, I heard of a vacant position in the household of General Lewis Ruffner, the owner of the salt furnace and coal mine. Mrs. Viola Ruffner, the wife of General Ruffner, was a Yankee woman from Vermont. Okay, so basically, everyone that worked for Mrs. Ruffner did not want to work for Mrs. Ruffner anymore because she was a very strict woman. And then, if you guys read on, it says, I would rather try Mrs. Ruffner's house than remain in the coal mine. So my mother applied to her for a vacant position. I was hired at a salary of $5 per month. Okay, it's kind of crazy, $5 per month. And then a lot of people obviously said that she was very strict, but then after he lived with her for many weeks, he began to understand her, and she basically was one of those people that liked things a certain way, okay? I don't know if your moms are that way. They like their house in order, they like things a certain way, they like things done a certain way, and that's basically what Mrs. Ruffner did, or how she liked things. And so he was the only one who was willing to work very hard to to please her. Okay, so then it says, I think it must have been a year and a half before how long he worked with Mrs. Ruffner before he even started to go back to school. When he was studying with Mrs. Ruffner, she let him read her books, she let him create his own library, all this other stuff. He began to get together his first library all while he was under Mrs. Ruffner. Okay, and then the small amount of money he said he had been earned had been consumed by his stepfather. The remainder was helping with his family. His brother John helped him all he could, but that was not a great deal. So obviously a lot of hardships that he went through to try to get to this school. And then after he worked at the school, he started for Hampton. He says, finally the great day came. We're on page number 97. Finally the great day came. We're on the left-hand side, the second column, or the second paragraph. Finally the great day came. I started for Hampton. I had only a small, cheap satchel that contained a few articles of clothing I could get. My mother at the time was rather weak and broken in health. I hardly expected her to see her again, and thus our parting was all the more sad. So this story just obviously goes through a different perspective that he had. He was born a slave, and then later on, obviously we see that he got to the Hampton Institute. Who knows, or true or false, he was accepted right away, class? That was false. He was not accepted right away, okay? What did the lady make him do in order for him to gain his position in school? Good, so sweep the room, that's what you want to know. The adjoining recitation room needs sweeping. Take the broom and sweep it. That's the line to know from the story on page number 98. Okay, if you want to write this down, mark it in your book, that's on page number 98. But obviously later on, we see that he did eventually get into the Hampton Institute, and he became one of a great American in American history. He was born a slave, but then later on he became a leader in our civil rights movement back then. He was uneducated, but then he became a famous educator, and he eventually founded a college, okay? This isn't in your story, but who knows, just from history, what college he studied or he founded? Micah? It was Tuskegee Institute. Okay, he was a hard worker but going hungry, and this story tells us of the struggle of that. Who knows? Who can tell me where he slept? I already called him Chase. Emily? Sorry, Chase. Yeah, he slept under a sidewalk. Okay, that's kind of really sad. And then he worked for a person who was unloading cargo, which was, who knows, remember Nico? Not lumber, it was pig iron. Okay, they were unloading that, and that's who he worked for in order to help him earn money to go to school. Okay, but he was a hard worker, and he was going hungry, but then he became a provider for himself, and he was humble and he was grateful, even though there were a lot of obviously obstacles in his way. And that's something that we can definitely learn from the life of Booker T. Washington. Especially through this time, there was a lot of oppression, sad to say, of the African Americans in America. And even then, he persevered. He didn't. It even was talking about in the story how the innkeeper was racist and didn't let him stay in the inn or in the hotel. And it even says, he says, I'm not going to hold that against him. And he was very forgiving, especially at that time. So that's something to learn. The theme is determination to succeed. Okay? And then also turn over to page number 104, The Countess and the Impossible. Okay? Everyone should have turned in their quiz by now. If you have not, I apologize. It'll have to be a 0 because we're going to go through this in class if you haven't turned in your reading quiz from these pages yet. Okay? The Countess and the Impossible. It was written by Richard Y. Thurman. Okay? The theme of this was the motivation to succeed even if things seemed impossible. Okay? So, in your reading, who was the woman who recruited the boy to take care of her lawn, class? The Countess. Okay? Some of you guys put really random answers. But the Countess. Okay? This was the lady who really needed someone to fix her lawn. Why? What happened to her gardener? Okay, she didn't have a gardener, so she hired the boy. Okay, how much money did the boy say his first day of work was, class? It was 50 cents. Remember, I gave you a hint. It was underneath $1. Okay, his first day of work was 50 cents, and then by the time at the end of his job, he believed that he did a good job enough to earn how much, class? $5. Okay, so that was why it was the impossible, because the Countess said it's an impossible to earn $5 because obviously some things can be improved. So it was working on her lawn. No boy had ever done that good of a job before, so that's why he determined to do a good job, and he's determined to do the impossible task of earning that $5, okay? And then obviously the boy worked hard and was able to accomplish the task, or accomplish the impossible, and that was true. Your theme was motivation to succeed even if things seemed impossible, okay? So he decided that that was his goal, and he was able to reach it. His goal was to earn that $5 job. He mowed the edges, he mowed the grass, he trimmed the edges, and everything that she didn't ask him to do, he did. And then in the end, he did receive the $5. Okay, so that's the story of the Countess and the Impossible. I just wanted to go over those. Okay, tonight you are to read the last story in Unit 4. Okay, the last story in Unit 4, pages 115 to 118. Okay, Toby and the Gettysburg Address. Okay, that's tonight for homework. Okay, and then you will have your test, your Unit 4 test on, let me see, this week on Thursday. Okay, on Thursday, pardon me? Yes, because you were here for Unit 4. Okay? That goes for you too, girls, as well, okay? So Unit 4, test on Thursday. Give me 1 second. Okay? So tomorrow we'll discuss Toby and the Gettysburg Address, and then everyone should start reviewing now. Okay? Then you have your Quiz 9 in vocab. I'm going to move that to Wednesday, okay? From tomorrow to Wednesday. So instead of tomorrow, your Quiz 9 in vocab will be on Wednesday. Is that okay for everybody? Okay. I don't know if anybody was looking forward to it being tomorrow, but just to let you guys know, it's moved to Wednesday. Okay? Awesome. All right, everyone go ahead and turn in your grammar books. Grammar books in your blue book, turn to page number 91, 73 in the green book. Today, we're going to recognize linking verbs, okay? Last week, we started verbs. Specifically, obviously, we've already been going through underlining verbs and finding the subject in the verbs. Okay, so last week we learned about action verbs. Obviously, there can be two kinds of action verbs, physical and mental. Yes. We will in a second, John, but let me just get the lesson out, okay? What was I saying? Oh, action verb, okay? So we learned about two kinds of action verbs. Okay, obviously, action can be either physical or mental action, but who knows what the word is called, or the verb is called, when it has a receiver? Who remembers? Bella? Transitive, okay? If you guys don't remember, go ahead and turn back to the action verb page. That's on page 71 in the green book. And then page number 89 in the blue book. Okay, look at number 3. Some action verbs have receivers for the action, others do not. Okay, so verbs that have receivers, they do have receivers, those are called transitive. Verbs that do not are intransitive. Okay, so for example, can I erase this? Okay. Okay, look at your first sentence. He plays basketball. Okay, what's my verb? Plays. Okay, is there a receiver? What is my receiver in that sentence? Basketball. Okay, so because there is a receiver, Chase, you should be facing forward, looking up here. Okay, because there is a receiver, the verb plays is what, class? Transitive, okay? Okay, this is a transitive action verb, okay? Now, when plays would be not or intransitive, okay, my verb is obviously plays. He plays. But look at my word well, okay? Can he actually play the word well? No, okay? So well is an adverb describing the way he played. You can't physically play the word well, okay? Like you can physically play basketball, okay? So well is not a receiver. Therefore, the verb plays is intransitive. There's no receiver, okay? So that's what the words intransitive and transitive mean. So let's look at, but only transitive and intransitive words go with action verbs, okay? Emma, pay attention, okay? They only go with action verbs. So there's action, which could be transitive or intransitive. then there are linking verbs, okay? So everyone turn over to linking verbs, okay? Linking verbs. A linking verb obviously does not express action. Obviously, those are action verbs. However, linking verbs link words in the predicate to the subject, okay? They link words in the predicate to the subject, okay? So look at your example. The orchestra sounded great, or the soloist sounded wonderful, okay? The verb links whatever word back to the subject, okay? So in this case, the verb sounded links the word wonderful to the soloist. Obviously, the soloist is not physically sounding, therefore it's not an action verb. It's linking soloist to wonderful or orchestra to great. Okay, does that make sense for everybody? Okay. Kayla, do you have your book? Eliana, do you have your grammar book? Joey, you still don't have your grammar book? Okay. I'm going to make copies for you after this class, okay? So look at our linking verb list, okay? You do want to know this list. Obviously, if you memorize it, great. We're not going to be quizzed over the linking verbs, but if you do know what these verbs are, it'll really help you spy or spot your linking verbs right away, okay? So the words am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been, always linking verbs, okay? The words taste, feel, smell, sound, look, appear, become, seem, grow, remain, and stay, those words can appear as both linking verbs or they can be action. So it would be, in this case, you have to look at the sentence in order to tell if it's action or linking with the words taste, feel, smell, sound, and all of those, okay? So for example, look at number 4. We'll go over that in a second. Look at number 2. The verb am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been are the forms of the verb be. Okay? These be verbs also may be used as helping verbs and linking verbs. Okay? Jackson is a dedicated Christian. Okay? The word is linking Christian to Jackson. Okay? But then also it could be a helping verb. Jackson is studying. Okay? So make sure you're just looking for your entire verb. Okay? Joey, quit turning around, please. Leave the Gatorade alone. Number 3, any verb that ends with a be or been is the form of the word be. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. Anything that has be or been, form of the word be. Okay, so look at number 4. Okay, taste, feel, smell, sound, look, appear, become, seem, grow, remain, and stay can be used as action verbs as well as linking verbs. Okay, depending on the sense of the sentence. For example, the lemon blueberry cake tasted incredible, or the broiled mackerel tasted superb. Okay? Is the mackerel, the fish, physically tasting superb? Really? Okay, is the cake physically tasting incredible? Like, is the cake tasting the word incredible? No. Okay? So therefore, that is a linking verb. Okay? So where the word tasted would be action is if the subject is obviously doing the action. So have you ever tasted kiwi fruit? Okay. Joseph tasted the mackerel. Okay. If the subject is physically doing the action, then obviously that verb is an action verb. Okay. So let's do exercise A together. You need to insert a linking verb into the blank. Obviously verbs will not be action. Okay, linking verbs. You can use a different word each time. Obviously, everyone's answers are going to be different. Then you draw the arrow to indicate the predicate or the word in the predicate that is linked to the subject. So we kind of went over this. Jackson is a dedicated Christian. You would draw an arrow from the word Christian to Jackson because the word is linking those two words together. So that's what we're doing here. Okay? Go ahead and work on numbers 1 through 7. We're going to go over those in a second, but go ahead and do those. Okay, let's do number 1. Ann Judson, blank, the wife of the American missionary Adoniram Judson. Tyler? Is. Good. Okay, is or was. Good. Where would I draw my line, Tyler? Like, where would I draw my line? So, linking verbs, link words together. Okay, the subject to the predicate. Okay, I would just do it from wife to what? Good. I would draw the arrow from the word wife to Ann Judson because the word was or is linking the subject, Ann Judson, to the predicate, which is wife. Okay? Number 2, she and her husband blank ready to spend the rest of their lives on the mission field. John? Were. Okay? Where would I draw my arrow? Good. The word ready back to she and husband. Okay? Because she and husband are both my subjects. They were, which is my linking verb. What were they? They were ready. Ready is going back to she and her husband. Okay? Cheyenne, give me number 3. Burma, blank, completely void of any gospel influence. Is, okay, where would I draw my arrow? Not the word completely. Completely what? Void. Okay, void is the word that is going back to Burma. Okay, completely is an adverb describing void. Okay? Burma is completely void. Burma seems completely void. Burma was completely void. Any linking verb there. Okay? Number 4, Adoniram had once blank a prisoner of the heathen rulers. Cody, what's number 4? What did you put? You would have to change the word are. You can't say Adoniram had once are a prisoner. Okay. Can you are a prisoner? What can you... Who can help him out? Chase? Okay, good. Became. Adoniram had once became, but that is an action verb. Okay? So, Tyler, I'm so sorry. I almost forgot your name. Ben, okay? So had once been a prisoner, okay? So prisoner, or where would I link my words together? Who knows? Ari? Okay, prisoner back to Adoniram. Okay, Chase? Well, you said fit, but then it would be an action verb, okay? So, had once been a prisoner, linking prisoner to back to Adoniram. Okay, number 5, the Judsons blank weary in the harsh climate. Nico? Pardon me? Felt, okay, or what else could they have been? Yes. Grew weary, good, okay. The reason why the word grew could fit there, and it's not an action verb, was because they couldn't physically grow, okay? They couldn't physically grow to be weary, all right? That's all linking, okay? They became weary, okay? All of those work. Where would I link, or where would I draw my arrows? Kayla, do you know where I would draw my arrow? Awesome. Weary to Judsons. Good, okay? Number 6, Anne blank quite ill with tropical fever. Who knows this one? Aaron? Okay, was. Good. Where would you draw your arrow? Ill to Anne. Good. Okay. Or Anne became. Okay, so all of those would work. Ill would go back to Anne. All right. The number 7, because of her faith, she blank calm in all her trials. Jasmine? She remained calm. Good. Where would I draw my arrow? Okay, calm back to she. Okay? Same thing. But good job. That's linking the word calm back to she. Okay? Go ahead and do exercise B. Exercise B for homework, okay? So let's do number 1 together. At the end of each sentence, or in the blank, write the word action if the italicized verb shows action, or write linking if the verb links. So if your answer is linking, then you would draw an arrow to the word that is linked to the subject. Okay, so let's do number 1. The Brunswick stew smelled savory. Who has that one? Jason? Smelled savory. This one is linking because the physical stew cannot physically smell the word savory. Okay, so the stew smelled savory. That is linking. Where would I draw my arrow? Class? Good. Savory to stew. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Okay, number 2. Most migratory birds travel the same paths each year. Okay, my verb is travel. Okay, is that action or linking, Aaron? It is action, okay, because they can physically travel. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're not drawing any arrows with action verbs, only with linking. Okay, so do exercise B tonight for homework. Are there any questions about that? Okay. And yes, for those of you online, exercise B, page 74 in the green book, then page 92 in the blue book. Exercise B. Okay, I'll write it down online. Brianna, yes, you can turn it in after class. Jezreel, obviously, I know you can't physically turn it in, but you've been turning it in online. So, but yeah. Okay, any questions in class? Awesome. Okay, we are a few minutes early, so I will give you time to work on your homework in grammar or read your story. Just please work on something. Joey, you can read your story tonight. Do not turn around again. Okay, and what did I say about your desk from now on? Yep. So that should be your desk from now on. So go ahead and work on your homework.
All right. Ooh, why isn't this working?
Call Mr. S. It looks cute. It hasn't been working all day. Oh no, work for Mr. Coral. Joey, you look like a kid.
Give me a second.
He's a depressed Care Bear.
What? Give me 1 second. Shh. Thank you guys for saying you're here. I'm trying to figure out these slides real quick.
Mr. Coral, Jaden stabbed me with her pencil. Oh, Jaden. Mr. Coral, we finally have a tree.
Why isn't this working?
Wayne.
Why are you guys talking about me? I heard my name. I'm just trying to... I really don't know why these slides aren't working.
We're talking about how good of an Apex player you are.
You're the only one in here that plays with him.
The one time I played any video, he got disconnected from
It's true. Because my parents-in-laws... My in-laws' internet is not good.
Be quiet, John.
Man. All right, give me a second. I can't figure it out. All right, we're just going to have to go by voice. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys what to highlight. Shh, Joey, sit down. Everyone quiet. I'm just going to have to go by voice. Okay, you guys are going to have to, sorry, distant learners, if you guys need notes, let me know. I couldn't print them out because no printers are working. Shh, Nico, just put your mask on normal. On normal. All the way back down to normal. And then shh. Then shh. Joey, put your mask on. Stop dressing yourself. Do that before school. Okay, message me if you need the notes. We're going to have to go through it verbally, so I'll tell you guys what to highlight in the book. So we'll do our best with that. We're going to try to go quickly again to get through as many as we can. Okay, but we are talking about this age of darkness, or the Middle Ages. Okay, the Middle Ages have also been called, as we're done talking about this chapter, anyone have a guess? Middle Ages are called the Dark Ages. Good. Thought I knew how to fix it, but I guess I don't.
Texted me, guys.
Yeah, I just messaged them.
Oh, that. Yeah,
We're on page 121.
Is it going to you? No.
No.
Oh, so it's like not working.
No. Is it plugged? I just should have checked. Is it even plugged in back here? Am I
Is it not plugged in?
Oh, well.
Is it loose? There it is. That would be the problem.
Yeah, because I'm like, I know the capture card works because we use it in the barn. This is actually like a temporary one that I'm sealing for now.
There we go.
Oh, whoops, I moved it. No touch.
There you go.
Okay, now let's get it working on the stream.
Perfect. All right, we got them for you guys. There we go.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
That would be the problem, because I did what you did in the screen, because I've done that before, but I was like, why isn't this working? I'm just blind. Joey, thank you so much. Make sure our masks are on. Cody, put it on. That's not true. That's actually not true. If you knew. Page 120. All right, so these Middle Ages, another name, as John had said, are the Dark Ages. Shh. If there's any more talking, since we're talking so much. If there's any more talking, I will have to start giving out demerits, all right? We got to be quiet. I like to have fun, okay, but we got to be quiet when we need to be quiet. So like this section right here and like right there, be quiet. Okay, Aaron, welcome back. Be quiet. All right, here we go. But we were talking about these Middle Ages. Now we're going to be talking about these Dark Ages. Why was it called the Dark Age? Okay, that is not completely true. Okay, the true light. Why do you think it's capital L?
No dinero.
Shh, raise your hand. Put your mask on. Put your mask on. You should be spitting out that gum as well. Oh, yeah. Anyone know why? Or why is the light capitalized? Shh. There you go. Okay, close. Cody, you're actually right. Okay, he's talking about the light of the world. Okay, talking about Jesus. Okay, the true light had come into the world, but the world had responded by distorting Christianity, and we've talked about that in previous chapters. Feudalism, another reason why it's called the Dark Ages. Feudalism had descended upon Europe, and trade had all but deceased. What is feudalism? Yes. Thank you, Chase. Okay, remember it's basically an economic system, as Chase put it, or a way of life that everything is based upon land. Thank you. Hopefully you remember that since that was from last chapter. Okay, again, you're highlighting in the book, noting in your book. Okay, those notes will be given to you tomorrow. Okay, I couldn't get them because the printers were down. You can make copies but not print anything. Okay, the depression of spiritual enlightenment and the lack of trade combined to create a world of spiritual and material poverty. Okay, do we know what poverty means? What does it mean? Okay, poor. It doesn't just mean poor in money though. Okay, it means they didn't have a lot of food. It means they didn't really have a ton of clothes to wear. Okay, they didn't have a lot of things. Relax. Guys, can you please keep your mask on? I hate asking 1,000 times. It doesn't fall down if you have it on correctly. And if it's really that big, put it on top of your nose. No, you're not. Pull it all the way up. Quickly. You have 3 minutes, so that means you have to be quick. If you're late, you can walk fast and make it there back. There you go. All right, so this is why we're seeing this time of dark age, this time of depression. Okay, every dark age is characterized by a lack of education, writing, and information. We've talked about that before, right? Okay, remember how we talked about Africa? It was known as the dark continent, not because of race. Thank you, Cody. I knew someone was going to say it. But because there was a lack of written history. There was a lack of it telling of what was going on in that continent. That's why it is known as the Dark Continent. How did I know it was going to be you? I just knew. Hood's off during class. Huh? Not everything is in the book. That's why we have notes. Shh. Guys, what I say if we're talking? Laughing is part of talking.
What's like a meme?
Joey, how many times have I asked you? No, you take it down. Pull it above your nose. Well, there's your problem. How many are you supposed to talk? Above your nose. Above your nose. Above your nose. Put it above your nose. Crease it on your nose so then it'll stay up there. There you go. Okay. Yes, quickly again, you don't need to write it word for word. There will be notes tomorrow. Not everything is right in the book. Shh. If you have a comment, what are you supposed to do? I will choose to call on you if I want to. Yes, Cody. Yes. Thank you. Okay, we really need to learn to raise hands, guys. Take your hood off, Aaron. All right, moving on. Number 4, by AD 500, prosperity had vanished along with the Roman Empire. Cody, take your hood all the way off. Joey, keep your mask over your mouth. No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You talk and then it comes down.
I'm not even talking.
There you go. Okay, and then Rome, we will see Rome shriveled from perhaps 1 million inhabitants to only 50,000 people. What? No. 500,000 is half of a million. 50,000 is like a tenth of a million. Shh, Aaron, quiet. I know you're at home this whole time and you could do whatever you want, but no longer. Okay. Shh, gentlemen. What did I say if you continue to talk? Cody, take your hood all the way off. I've said it 3 times now. Yes, sir. If it's not doing the class, you should not ask. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, guys, seriously, no more. Okay, I'm trying to hurry up through these notes so we can be done. If you like to have class, a full class period every day this week, then there you go. We can do that. Okay, moving on. Reasons for economic decline in Western Europe during the Middle Ages. Okay, we have population shift from the cities to the country. Okay, so large populated cities were no longer very prevalent. Okay, people had their own countries. Again, they wanted land. Feudalism, the way of life, if it's based on land, they wanted country. They wanted land to grow things, land to have animals. Okay, we also see a general lack of trade, communication between people. And the economic structure of feudalism kept people in a strict class structure. If you're rich, you stay rich. If you're middle class, you stay middle class. If your dad's a businessman, you're a businessman. If he's a fisherman, you're a fisherman. Okay, this system of way of feudalism kept everything in this way.
So you were born into a family.
Yes, the answer is yes.
You couldn't change anything.
Not easily, no, during this time. That probably wasn't a thing back then.
Yes.
Okay, give you guys some time to write this down.
Are we still on 120 or
Oh, Joey. If you would pay attention, you'd know.
I'm just saying 6 reasons. Looking at the thing, I was looking at my book.
Most righteous man. This is 6 reasons.
Tyler, which page are we on?
Don't you dare say
It's not 6 reasons, it's note number 6.
6.
Oh, Mr. Porter, did you hear that? Mr. Court!
Gotta keep on moving. Those who are talking, if you missed notes, Nico, put your mask on.
Oh, my Lord.
If you need them later, I can get them for you. I don't know why you guys always get so mad, because I tell you that every time. You get the notes later if you miss them.
No, you don't.
Jose, good to see you guys. We don't need your comments though, Jose. If you want to go, go. I don't want your comments here. During the Middle Ages, many people developed a false... People, please be quiet. It's the last time I'm asking nicely. Okay, many people developed a false notion of how Christians ought to live. That's not out to live, that should be ought to live. So for those who do not know how to spell that. Thanks, man. You like that? Okay, many of these wrong ideas came about when church leaders failed. What did I say if we keep on talking?
Nothing.
Even if he talks, do you talk? No, you don't need to comment back. You sit there and be quiet. He was not. It's up there. Okay, leaders failed to keep the Bible as their sole authority and incorporated humanistic ideas from pagan religions. What is humanism or humanistic ideas or religions? Chase.
Putting man above God.
Okay, basically putting yourself or man above God. Thank you for the only person that raised their hand. Okay, we're back to that false religion. Yes, sir, Joey. You're Confucius? Yeah.
No, Mr. Coral, that's not a word.
Shh, don't talk. Since you're always like, Mr. Goro. You're not going to have time to write down the whole thing, though. I've told you that.
Where does it go up to President?
Okay, number 8. The first Christians lived separated lives. Thank you, Jaden. because Jaden helped me out. The first Christians lived separated lives, but they did not withdraw from the world. Okay, so because people have gone back to this humanistic belief, those who still believed in God and believed in the Bible, okay, obviously they separated themselves from a lot of areas of people, a lot of maybe old friends they might have had. Okay, they separated themselves to make sure God was first and foremost. Obviously, they didn't just disappear. They were still people. Okay, they still lived at their home. But maybe they didn't hang out. So say, I believe in God, but say Aaron, Joey, Nico, and Jasmine did not. And they were my friends. But now I'm like, okay, you're not really my friends anymore. I'm sorry.
Isn't that being like a little judgmental?
No, not really. It'd be judgmental for me to say, hey, I don't want you guys to get better. But it's not wrong for me to say, hey, I can't hang out with you guys. You're being a bad influence on me. I want the best for you. If you have questions, I'm here for you. But to associate yourself continually with someone that's not believing in God, the Bible tells us that's wrong. Yes, sir.
What if they don't like believe in God, but they're still like good people?
Again, like it would be like even the Bible tells us, okay? Are we supposed to hang out with someone that's going to influence us in the wrong way?
No.
Okay, but if someone say they're a good person, right? Like you said, now, and I'm hanging out with them, what do you think my goal, and you said they don't believe in God, my goal would be? They're not really influencing me in the wrong way, are they? Or would they be? No. But I can be a good influence saying, hey, you're doing a good job, like you're a good person, right? And that's a good thing. But you can tell them, hey, this is a little bit more important than just being a good person. So that'd be a way, even back in times of Jesus, right? That was an opportunity to be a testimony and tell about Jesus. Yes, ma'am? You're right. After what? There is no period after solitude. But this is supposed to be Eastern. All right, this is going to bring us to this belief of monasticism, which is withdrawing. That's supposed to be from. Since I see it, I'm sorry. Don't hate me. There's a lot today. There's a lot today. That's why I'm not. And it's not spelling. It's typing and grammatical errors. Shh. From society and living in solitude. Okay, when you type a lot, you don't always see everything there, John.
Yeah.
Huh? I do. I have autocorrect. It doesn't always catch everything. Laptop. Okay, living in solitude. Again, this idea of people, okay, leaving and not hanging or associating themselves with everyone. This is that belief. Okay, they adapted from Eastern pagan religions. Okay, these people that are part of this monasticism. Okay, people that also brought themselves to solitude because of religious beliefs. Obviously not beliefs of God. We're going to see their false beliefs. Okay, but people that did this, the men were known as monks. We're known as monks. Just let you know, Joey, have you found your spot now in the book? You found it? There you go. Okay, the women were known as nuns. There you go. That's not quite up there. The Roman Church encouraged monasticism among its people. Where's number 11? That's a good question. It's supposed to be. It's on my screen, just not your screen. That is really weird. Look. See, it's on mine. Yes, number 11 is this. I don't know why it's not showing on yours, but it's on mine. Okay, nuns were women who practiced monasticism. Yeah, but it's not there when I play. Look at that. It disappears. Number 11 is nuns, women who believed in monasticism. I already did, John. That's what I did last time. Shh. Put your mask on. Shh. Cody, be quiet. No, it's not. It's right there. I know it disconnected. I disconnected it. It is nuns. Just no nuns. There you go, the word nuns. Number 12, the Roman Church encouraged monasticism among its people. Obviously, this belief and spreading of its belief. Okay, just a few more and we'll be done for today. There it is.
I told you.
That's what I did last time. I didn't do anything, John.
Well, try it again. Mr. Coral wasn't done with the show. I'm a hermit crab.
I don't know why I did it out of order. That's weird.
Maybe it's because you set it up.
Oh, yeah? You think that's why? Yeah.
Like if Mr. S did it, it'd probably be perfect.
Oh, yeah? Is that what you think?
Yes.
Yeah. He's perfect, huh?
I'm perfect.
Aaron, you are far from perfect. All right, hermits, a specific type of monk. Shh. Ladies in the back, quiet. Nico, turn around. I can't wait till after Christmas break because you guys are going to come back to school and not have those same seats. Oh, yes. Until we can learn how to behave. Man. Maybe if you guys can show me this week that you can actually behave. Okay, monks who live alone in the wilderness are known as hermits. Okay, they believe that the more they withdrew from the world, again, from, not form, the more they would be alone with God. John, if you say one more thing.
Jose's probably dying of laughter over there.
Well, Jose probably was done at note number 1 because he couldn't even write it down. Shh, Aaron, we're happy to have you back, but be quiet. Shh. Did I ask for your guys' comments? Shh. Just quiet, guys. Quiet. All right, something that these monks and even nuns were owned by, okay? Something that they had to obey and believe. Okay, you have celibacy, which is known as vowing not to marry or to pursue any sexual relationship of the opposite gender. Okay, so you cannot date. You cannot go on dates. You could not, as in our day, you could not text. Okay, you could not Snapchat. You couldn't take your whatever, okay, if you're a girl, a guy, if you're a guy, a girl, okay, out to eat. Okay, you couldn't have any relationship like that. You could have friends, but monks usually stayed in there. We're going to talk about monasteries. Nuns stayed in theirs. Shh. Okay, so if you became a monk or a nun, you had to own or believe in this and obey it. If you did not, I scanned the whole room there, buddy.
But what if it was a girl and a girl in a relationship?
Celibacy.
Is there still monks? Like now?
Yes. Yes, for Buddhism. Okay, these places where monks lived and they lived this isolated life, they were held to their standards, were known as monasteries. These were religious communities isolated from the rest of society. It's monasteries. It's monasteries. Aaron, be quiet.
You have to say it or I'll call your dad.
No, I don't need to threaten him. He just needs to be quiet. And if he isn't, then he gets demerits. Aaron, no more. Yes, you 4 will be moved after Christmas break. Number 16. Okay, this is going to bring us to one main person and a founder of one of the main monasteries. Benedict. They were called Benedictine monks. Okay, he was the founder of the monastery in Italy. Again, they were known as Benedictine monks. Okay, these are the things they vowed in his monastery. Okay, these are not all monasteries. Joey, do not turn around. I know you and Aaron would love to just stare at each other in the eyes for forever. But we don't need that during class or at all. Okay, first they would have to have a lifelong poverty. Okay, saying, again, what does poverty mean? Okay, basically saying, hey, if you're going to be a monk, you have to suffer. You don't get to have things. Everything you get and own is mine. That they would have to give it to Benedict. Okay, so say John, okay, maybe he was given a new Xbox Series X, sure. I was going to say PS5 because I play PS5. Shh. Oh, sure, that's a lie. Okay, but Xbox Series X, but then because John is a monk, living in this monastery, he would have to go to Benedict and say, I'm Benedict, obviously. Mr. Coral, here's my Xbox Series X. And you would have to give it to him. Okay, say Chase. Chase, what do you want for Christmas?
I want
Shh, what? Chase wants a pet snake. Okay, but the thing is, his pet, what do you want its name to be?
Gerald.
Let's say Ricky. I'm going to call it Ricky. Shh, the snake's name is Ricky. Shh, I don't need comments. All right, Chase's snake name is Ricky, and I'm like, sorry, Chase, you don't get to have a protector pet snake. It's going to be my protector pet snake. So it's mine. You don't get to choose what type of snake. You just have to give it to me, whatever the person gave you. Probably a boa constrictor, since you can't have venomous snakes at home. Okay, and that's how it would work. Shh. Second vow, we just learned about it, is chastity. Okay, also another word for celibacy. So no relationships of any kind.
It's not like I'll ever go on, so.
Cody, no more comments.
So.
That is still a comment. Okay, and lastly, obedience. Okay, to the abbot or the head of the monastery. In this case, Benedictine monks, their head would be Benedict. Okay, in our case, if this was a monastery, me obviously being the head, you guys would have to obey these rules to me. That is true. And then he would have to give it to Pastor Sidlowski. There you go. Mrs. Rule is elementary, theoretically. But yes, she is a principal. All right, moving on. Just a few more, then we're done for today. Okay, many monks spent much of their time copying the Bible, okay, hoping to preserve the scriptures in the age before the printing press. Make sure we're not on our phones or anything else. I will take it, and you will receive demerits, since it's been out probably this whole class, since all you're doing is circling and scribbling in your book. Okay, note number 18, the monks thought that their life of self-denial would please God so much that they would earn their salvation. Again, this is another idea kind of Catholicism or Catholicism, where they said, hey, my works, me obeying this abbot or this leader and bowing to all these things, this will gain me and give me salvation. Which, is that true? No, that is incorrect. Let's see. All right, we're going to be done right there. Okay, we do have homework for tonight. Why do I give you homework? Because that's what I'm supposed to give you. So then when we have a quiz, you're ready for it. Somewhat. Shh. Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you just don't give us tests?
Maybe. All right, for homework. We will have a quiz this week, so be ready for that. Okay, we'll study before we take it. For homework. Ooh. Do I want to be kind? To be honest, I don't think you guys really deserve kindness today. Some of us do. Some of us were good. Some of us, we were on our phones. We were talking. We were making comments back and forth and back and forth.
I was good today. No demerits.
Oh, yeah. All right, I will be kind. I won't give you the long section review. I'll give you the next section review. Page 127. Page 127, questions. I'm going to be extra nice to you. 2 through 6 even. I'm not even giving you 1 through 6. Nico, take your hood off. Thank you, sir. Cool Christmas hoodie. Yes, page 127. Questions 2 through 6 evens. That will be due tomorrow. If it's not turned in, it will be a 0. Just like any other homework. If you didn't turn in your homework from Friday, it will be a 0. Okay, distant learners, if you have any questions or if you're missing anything, make sure to check My Schoolworks, okay, so you can get those turned in. If you're missing a quiz or a test, okay, let me know. I'll resend it to you if you lost it. Okay, I'll resend that to you. Chase, go to the bathroom. That's what you get for playing with your pen. No, don't set it on there. You're going to make a mess on there. Go throw it all away. Throw it away. Don't use that hand to open anything. Use your elbows.
You can't open a door with his elbow.
Yes, you can. All right. Any questions from anyone? Any questions from any distant learners? Thank you, Jezreel, for putting that in the chat. Okay. Okay, I was kind for you, sure. Okay, page 127, 2 through 6, even that will be due tomorrow. We'll have a quiz later this week, and we'll review before we take it. We'll see you tomorrow.